Hello everyone! We're back to our holy mission of protecting an European femboy accused of murder. How does that happen? How do you become an European femboy and get accused of murder? 14 of that. Anyway, hi Claudia, we came here to talk about the case. That reminds me, did you see the paper today? Yes! I always read the TV section. Good girl, how about you, Heffelhead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. One side of tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song? Is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know? Does it have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? That's a way to commit suicide. Like that's one way to commit suicide, I guess, hearing Claudia Gavin sing through the phone. It is endless, endless! Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey! Is that a newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is a big news over there as well. They didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalist didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Lamir's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lamir was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. I'm doing my best, asshole. I really love that song, it has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamir if I remember correctly. That's right, it was last year. I had gone to tour Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lamir's voice. It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. Good news, you're... Actually, I'm not gonna... Like, I know... I've played this game before, I know the twist, but I'm gonna keep the twist to myself. I'll play you later, Claudia. So I use my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case to receive. Thankfully, she liked the work I did and we wrote a song right there backstage. Matching piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on guitar that I borrowed from Lamir. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history! And it's only brown, not really charred. True, see... You can't play that guitar anymore, you're gonna have to fix it if you want to. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did the guitar suddenly catch on fire? You think you could show it to us? Your charred, I mean slightly burned guitar. I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Actually, Claudia, how do you feel about the fact that we found the thing that was used to fuck up your guitar? Apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. I mean, technically that's getting his attention. Really? You're not gonna... actually the headset. That looks like one of our tour issues headsets. Why are you wearing it, Flolin? I thought it'd be cool. I could pretend I was constant security and stuff. Actually, we found it at the venue and thought you might want it. Oh no, please, you keep it. It goes well with your cape, Frolin. Hehe, you think? She does look like she belongs on a stage, that's for sure. Do you have... Prosecutor Gavin, about this remote. Wait! Excuse me, you say something? This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. It's too early to show my hand now. You would think someone with such a loud voice would speak more clearly, Ja. But damn. I mean, I did want... I wonder if I can get with this sheet out of Machi as well. Machi, do you know anything about this? I think he said... I am sorry I cannot speak your language. You are a very beautiful fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator. Okay, not this one. Like... I'm trying to think, like, do I have what I need? Like, I don't think I can ask Clavier anything else because Apollo is not gonna want to, like, clearly we had stuff that could help us, but Apollo is not gonna, like, reveal his heart during the trial, until the trial, rather. So I think it's Machi who I need to, poke for information, let's say. Unless I didn't do anything with Emma last time and I forgot. Like, I'm trying to think. Actually, I probably should have, like, checked the stuff on Gavin's office. We did mention the guitar. And it is right there. And also there's this weird thing here. What's that on the plate there? It looks like a giant mochi, to be fair. Like, I would believe that Clavier has like a weird mochi just like on a glass case for rockstar reasons. Is that gum? Gum! Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on a plate for later consumption. You think a rockstar could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum, take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, why is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lettuce! Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Lettuce? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, were you? Oh, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Lettuce was after. This lump... Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? Yeah, after we check the guitar though. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? Hi, extremely orange Clavier. No way, I didn't get time to read that one. I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I'd especially analyze the guitar incidentally. Did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear, but the results he came out with were intriguing. Intriguing? What's that guitar tied into everything that went on? That's a good question. Sounds like something we should ask about. Okay. I forgot this game really wants you to examine things more often than other like less obviously and more often than other Attorney games, I feel. At least from the original trilogy. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting of a woman like Lamure. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it at night and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia. That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we could vacuum packed it in Lamure's studio. I use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. The prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar, it's too bad it got burnt. Oh. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right, what was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Yeah, it's from where the sound comes out, because like the sound is created like, well, it's not that the sound is created, rather it creates acoustics for the sound to be like, you know, the way it is for guitars. Otherwise you're playing like a harp or a lyre, I guess. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. That device looks strangely familiar. This was found in Mr. Letus's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica. It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Letus was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fräulein. If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh. There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Letus went through all that trouble to become Lamure's manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lamure. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Virginian. Well, I guess that's a moment to, that's our cue to go check on Lamure and see if we can get anything from her. July 9, backstage hallway. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lamure went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little. She's probably on the governor's dressing room. Wait, really? She's gonna be on her dressing room? There was a corpse there. Also, Emma's here. Wait, she's on the stage? I guess she's on the stage. Wait, you're here. And where the hell is she? I could be having like conversations with her. Actually, now that I think about it, I forgot something important. I forgot that I have to show, because I showed it before, but now that I'm pretty sure that now that Claver showed me the igniter, I can present my own igniter and he'll be like, oh shit, that looks exactly like the other one. It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lamior's dressing room. Detective Sky found it actually. Hi. It's orange time. As in, Clavier. Clavier is very orange. At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Heffohead. Thanks? Wow, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. I guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing to do. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Excuse me? That's for the information about the, strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latus was investigating. Hey, that's right! I've been thinking, Heffohead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal. To discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, ja. That is all. I can live with that. Are you gonna start flirting with me? No. No. Mr. Prosecutor? Roland? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple too. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time perhaps. Bisexuals, am I right? July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamior is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamior's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Emma, she's blind, not, like, useless. Like... Can you not be weird about disabled people? Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Sure. And now I think I can go to the stage. July 9, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. Huh? The stage is pitch black. Well, it's pitch dark also, but it's pitch black. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yep, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lamior has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo! What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? Good question. What is it? Wait, is this different? Hey, that case! Wasn't that open before? I was right. I'm so smart. Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait! Look! Where the case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo! Lamure! Lamure! Emma! We have to get Emma! Well, that's a problem. Lamure was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Lucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Too many, in fact. July 9, 5:53 p.m. Hickfield Clinic, waiting room. Emma, how's Lamure? Is she okay? You. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. Lucy, she's blind. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lamure! Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me what happened. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room, which makes it really weird because we passed through that hallway at least 3 times and we didn't see shit. I guess this is for the player that is a lot better at actually moving through places. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room... You were hit? I knew, that very moment I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. No! It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me, I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah! Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. But also, like, a case. If that closes completely, you're fucked because, that's not a lot of air that enters, like, a closed case for, like, an instrument. It's not supposed to. Plus, in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Well, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Hello? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than me, than I am. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an old and probably a man. But it'd be him. Also, to be fair, Apollo is tiny. Like, he's tall, but he's not like... I think he's one of the shortest male characters, so he's not like an old man or anything. But why would anyone attack you, Lamure? The detective asked me these two. And to her I gave the same answer I gave you. I do not know. Oh, by the way, can you tell me what this weird thing is? I just wanted to sample. I like the texture, like it's very colorful. Anyway, can you tell me what this is? Lamure, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Letus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after. You know, in his secret identity as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. It was me. A Burkinian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Burkinian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Burkinian. It must only be found in Burkinia. Certainly in Burkinia know of this. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I am sorry to say. Also, if it is a cocoon, like, does that mean it's from an insect? And if it is from an insect, what kind of insect it is? Like, there's a lot of, like, details here that, I am not given, and I wish to know. Like, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me this shit, video game. It's important. I thought you said all in Burkinia knew of these. There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Burkinia now. What's that? The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. Ah, great, the death penalty. I love European countries with death penalties. That's a joke. That's a lie. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic! He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to. Tracking down Burkinian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling. God, we dealt with so much smuggling last time. It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Burkinian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Letus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Burkinia is a small, sheltered country, where many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Letus wasn't a Burkinian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Burkinia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary to get Interpol involved. Ah, like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Letus and Lamy are marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamior. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power. I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Burkinian. Apollo? Will you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course, I shall accompany you. Ah, where are we going? Come on, Trucy, we're about to get to the bottom of this. Detention Center style. July 9, Detention Center Visitors Room. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi? Could you interpret for us, Lamior? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Tony. What do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well... How do you feel about this thing? If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Yeah, that's the reaction I expected. Hey, you got a reaction! A big one! Actually, you didn't. Lucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lamure, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. He asks you to wait, do not be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Having tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk is a potent cure. A cure. It must cure some disease. You know, like... It's not a weird thing for, like... that kind of stuff to have been used for medicine back in the olden days. It's a cure for incuratus. God, I forgot that's the fake disease they made. Ah yes, the incurable disease, incuratus. Extremely incurable. A cure for incuratus? Wait, if it is a cure for incuratus, then incuratus is not incurable. What's the point of calling it incuratus? You could have called it anything else. That feels like a lost opportunity to call it something silly. Like, I don't know, cocoonitis. Coonitis. Okay, that sounded weird. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think about the lives it could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure. And Risolitus was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Yeah, true, see, that's how he does it. He's little and adorable. And a femboy. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. She says sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? Oh, he said yes. He's angry. He won't tell me. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder... You think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? I had to sneeze again. If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? Oh god, sorry, I don't know what... Temperature changes is a temperature changes, but oh boy, what temperature changes does to a man? What temperature changes does to a seal? I can't go home. Can't go home? Oh right, he would be executed. I'm sorry, this is gonna happen for a little bit. I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. And they would, like, apply the death penalty to a 14-year-old? It's one of those fucked up European countries, I see. That's right, it's punishable by death. Yeah, although I remind you people, this is a 14-year-old, he's technically not... He technically should not be... He should be is that how you put it in English? Inimputable? Like... He's too young to even go to juvie. in most places. Like, the youngest I've seen to be sent to juvie is like 13. Like, that's the youngest you can be in most places. Like, so like if you commit a, so like depending what the law is here, he might not even get to juvie, because it's like, no, you're too young to be trial in any way whatsoever, even if it is a murder. I wouldn't know. I assume 15 is the cutoff here. There are some places when it is 13. They want to make it 13 here, which is fucked up. For example, when it is like 16, I think is our cutoff. But like, to apply that penalty to a child is kind of fucked up. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Letus's death? This meeting is over. Hi, Darian. Darian? What do you mean visiting hours aren't over yet? There's a call for Machi from the Boginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes, we can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! I never like you. Neither of you. Are you jealous, Mr. Penis Hair? Of my incredible coat of steel and my cool little antenna? Douchebag. Damn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo. There can be only one reason why. Why is everybody ignoring me? Sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow. In court! At night. I mean in court. I can't believe that Penis Hair ruined it for me. Although I'm not surprised because he's Penis Hair. I know his hair is supposed to look like a shark/torpedo, but he looks like a peepness to me. And that's what matters. July 10, 9:49 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Well, this is it. Today is the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes, we can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait. I never like you, either of you. Douchebag? Damn it, we were so close, he was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice for all. What? Eek! What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? It's you. I thought that I was Lemire for a moment. God damn it, Valan Grammari! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door. Normally. You didn't have to narrate, Apollo. God fucking damn it, Valan. I thought it was Lemire for a second. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valant? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets will be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. This is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ah, with vanishing magic. Wait, if you're gonna do that, then why are you standing here in the... you know... in the lobby? Indeed! I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand grammary glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part, so I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell! And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower. Anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Cameo's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I mean, we have an explanation for that. I wonder what he meant by being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir? Yes? Did you come to whack my balls? No, sir. The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 AM. Sorry for the inconvenience. The judge said that then I can whack your balls. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. And I think I'm gonna be on trial when that happens. Like I'm the attorney, so you cannot whack my balls. Oh, okay. It was by the judge's request. Some personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Oh hey, he's afflicted with incurities. Wait a minute. Incurities? Where have I heard that one before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. The funnies is my favorite page. It's full of the funnies, as it says on the name. July 10, 10:30 AM, District Court, Court number 3. Ahem, my apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say his name again? Machito Valle, or Suspect Fortissimo? Right, it's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pays me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incurities, was it? That article said there is no known cure. Judge, let me say with all honesty, I'll feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now it is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite a juncture yesterday. Was it a juncture, or was it just me crawling my way into something that resembled like a victory, but it wasn't a victory because, you know. I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Letus. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. No problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait. The voices now. It was him. I'm sure of it. It was him? That voice I heard talking to Mr. Letus. When I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. No way. What a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviners. He is also a detective making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter a case or file new charges. And your reason is, bitch? Weren't you aware, forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi. Let's review the facts again, shall we? The consent held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The governors ripped up the stage in the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. Oh, wench! The only performing appearance were myself, Lamior, and Machi, along with a drummer and a bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamior and the defendant Machi Tovalle had left the stage at that point, and the Caminers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Demon Sky, mind you. And Apollo, you had them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lamior herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she had the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Letus and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was... Precisely, Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi. Clavier, Han... I'm sure it's not a perfect alibi. Just give me 3 seconds to actually, like, you know, find a way to destroy the alibi. I just need like a couple of minutes. I said a couple of seconds, but like 3 seconds, but like, to be fair, it's more like 3 minutes, but like, it can be done. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darren Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Lamior was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections... Apollo, he declares a verdict now. But Prosecutor Gabby's cases are tight. Lamior might have been lying to protect Machi. Oh, come on, dude. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, how about yesterday in the detention center? About the case? What about the case? Wants to tell us about Mr. Letus's death? This meeting is over. Darian. Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant, and what was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or... Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do! The defense calls defendant Machi Tovalle to the scan. What? But he doesn't speak English! We'll use an interpreter! Like, do you people not know that that's a thing? You can ask for interpreters at the hospital! Well, at least you can in most places. Interpreter, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where's the toilet. The defense would like to request Lamior as interpreter. Lamior? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. Then look for an actual, like, interpreter for real. Like, I hate to break this to you, Judge, but like... If this is an actual court of law, like in the real world, if the person could not speak the language, you literally get an interpreter by law. They deserve an interpreter because they deserve a fair trial. Like, this is an actual thing. Unless your country is really fucked up about that kind of stuff. But like, it is an actual thing in most places. You can request an interpreter if you are in the hospital and if you're getting trialed. Among other places. But like, you can in fact just sit down and be like, yeah, no, I need an interpreter. Like, just bring an interpreter because I need it. Like, that is a thing. Lawyers do request that shit. So like, if you don't like Lamior, bring an actual one. There has to be one. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. What would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, head job, forehead. Judge, the prosecutor agrees with the defense's request. If Lamior lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if the prosecutor and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Well, goddammit, this is a kangaroo court. Finally some progress. Bailiff, whack some balls. I mean, please show the defendant and Lamior to this witness stand. And do not whack their balls. Do they even have balls? I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamior? Yes. He says Machi Tobaya, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't told him that far yet. Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell you us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me, a moment if I may speak. Yes, Lamior? Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. She wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, Lamior? According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it! This is something too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lamior, I mean Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. He says that word of Pistolatus' death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is, he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he doesn't understand them. Oh. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. Wait, let me check something. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamior to know the meaning of that song. Lamior, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamior might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. You wanna get my balls whacked? Maybe. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. And I think I know which one it is. Because this is one of those. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, no, it's Machi specifically that I'm looking for. And probably the ice. There it is. Wait. A little faster, game. Yeah, no, a little faster. Well, maybe a little slower because I wasn't fast enough. Yeah, there it is. Gotcha! Machi! You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards at the very moment Lamir said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that, he understands me. Machi, tell the truth, you can't understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Does he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break! As if Virginia doesn't have like loan words or some shit. Most languages have loan English words at this point in history. We do it all the time. You know, it's the cultural osmosis bullshit. The United States won the cultural battle for supremacy in the economy, so of course... The US dollar is like the standard. Culturally, we're all affected by English, so English is a thing that we know. Like, I do wonder, like, how this makes any sense, considering that at this point in time, most places teach English as a second language. Like, it's a 1 second language that you're gonna be forced to learn. Like, I don't know any, like, they might not know English because they never put effort into learning it, but I don't know anyone who has not taken English classes at some point in their life. Like, it is the language every single bitch learns. It's like... just the way it goes. Everything is fucking in English. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but also in other languages, Espanol is not, like, written Espanol. So, like, how will you know? I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this! How does he know the crime follow the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? Yes. It is simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Bohemian Daily Bugle? You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right! What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fair so all of a sudden. Like they're about to pop out of your face. Machi's lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, for a moment I thought it was that one. No, this is the Chief Justice son thing. I have here a Burgundian newspaper, the Burgundian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? Tiki. That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Burgundian newspaper, unless you got a different one. You fucked up, child. What does this mean? Whose balls do I have to ask the bailiff to whack? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Judge! Oh wait, you're talking about the fact that he's Lamir also. For a moment I thought you were gonna call him a femboy, which like I appreciate, but we haven't done this until this point. Like, why did we take so long? Why is the judge doing it? But no, it's because Lamir is there. I had a moment. Machi says... he says... Yes? It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lamio? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. And it looks like half forehead had been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No. I was on to something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. It's an issue today, Mr. Judges, are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. Presley's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness. I understand. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is Lamy or yeah, there it is. Oh. God damn it. I'm gonna have to wait until it passes again. Because there was no chance in that very freaking near it. There we go.
Gotcha!
God damn woman. Lamior? I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. See, there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamior, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe in myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamior, you're protecting this little motherfucker. Lamior, you are protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Well? Machi, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamior lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. You know, sounds like that are universal. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little, only. What? First he could see, now he can talk. Xavier, don't be racist. He could always talk, just not in a language that you understand, you piece of shit. And you did not know about this, Lamior. No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you were in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk. Manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Letuso had already been shot. And then we came to the door. And high up, I took off, run away. So it was you who escaped to that event. The prosecution has upheld along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Javier, it's a 14-year-old femboy. Does he look like he can shoot a 45? It's a 45 caliber, Javier. 45 caliber. You think he can actually shoot a grown man? This tiny little teenage femboy. He's 14, he has arms like noodles, he cannot do that. You fucking idiot. Everything in this case is a fucking idiot. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk is a potent cure. A cure. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. The cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak, not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Heffelhead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. God fucking damn it. July 10, 11:33 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2. Justice. I guess that's what it's like. That is not incorrectly how it is pronounced, but it is funny. Apollo Justice. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Apollo, what does that mean? I mean, I know it's because your last name is Justice, but also you make it sound like you're gonna sleep with a 14-year-old femboy, which, like, I support you if that's what you want to do. But come on, dude. Maybe after he gets acquitted for murder. Leave. I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Letus was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear voice. You hear gunshots. Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Letus already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard the shots? And you escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? Please, Apollo will never... No, he's too pathetic to actually get any femboys, but like, if he wanted to, I would support him. Like, this one is a blonde, so I have to, like, disregard his taste. It's the same with Clavier. Like, it's Clavier Gavin, he's a blonde. Like, how could you? But I have to respect the grind, you know? I have to respect that he wants to do it, even if he can't. And look, his boyfriends are destined to die. Oh god, Clavier, you better get a good... Oh look, that means that Clavier needs to take care of himself if he wants to be a justice boyfriend. Not that Apollo is that interested. He needs to protect himself. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to date Clavier secretly. It's like, not only is he annoying, I don't want him to die. I know if I open in vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right, look, Apollo. Huh. Yeah. How do you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I heard this. A magician. Magician? Don't look at me! A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Lettuce. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? No one's going to go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe in whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always tells me. I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking. No. Well, it was not a shot. What cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Burkinia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Burkinia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right! July 10, 11:28 AM, District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamior. Lamior? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamior's testimony was unsubstantial. There's nothing you can. Lamior was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamior dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin, you should ask Emma more often. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamior? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been, I wonder? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lettuce. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamior's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly, that's literally what I just said, Claudia. What are you? A bitch? If Lamior was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in your testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. This court will hear Lamior's testimony once more. Lamior, I must apologize. He must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday, if you please. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darien Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of these things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. Why do you do this while I'm explaining? You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. and yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness will be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. Oh boy. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Letus and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. Yeah, it's basically the same. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Yeah. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamior was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Apollo, no, that's the Phoenix Wright method. You shouldn't follow Phoenix Wright's method. Apollo, no! Apollo, no! Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Judge, do you think I was cool? Did the judge think I was cool too? That's pretty nice. I need to know more about this. Darian Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. I mean, what were they talking about? That's probably important. Lamior, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I had given it much reflection, but I was afraid of seeing she doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Letus. The shooter then. Darian Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letus? I thought it was quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, can you shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo. On the small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now. Excellent. About that. How about remote trigger? Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens, I have a switch right here. That certainly looks like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lamior heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, full head. I call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamior's dressing room. Not to mention that the Governors were in the middle of a concert on such stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you want and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So to have her forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on the stage from the dressing room. The headset that everybody was wearing. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? The thing that I was going to give you and then you let me have anyway? Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? One of those Google glasses? This is a type of transmitter, communications device. A communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, therefore talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, they'll send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, the range is quite limited. Lamia said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can be... So, when Lamir heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. Yeah. Objection! Ha! You're claiming this is a switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know what that... we don't know that basic fact. Wait. Wait a second. I don't know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up being proof that completely changes the case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch... Your Honor! Yes, Mr. Justice. I've been remiss in not telling the court of this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? Where's the igniter? There's the igniter. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. That's what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yeah. Mr. Justice, you will cease on the scenes from burning down this courtroom, or I will have your balls whacked. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I had expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. Oh, wench! When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from Lamior. He said that the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. My forehead? Yes? You don't have to scream my name. Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Just being the shooter's voice, have a Lamior, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Letus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty simple to me. Apartment complex. I don't see what's so complex about those. Her forehead? Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more, sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think that night my guitar caught fire? Yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during a Lamior song. Hi, Owench. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Clavier, here's the deal. You people think that the shooting happened earlier, but it happened later, but actually it happened earlier. Objection! Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for this entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. Objection! What's this? But Detective Emma Sky had shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Objection! Gunshots rang out. And according to this testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote trigger igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime didn't take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Which, like... this is one of those cases where, like, you cannot do anything with the fact that you have a time of death for the corpse. That is very clear. Because the guy died from, you know, from bleeding out. So we found when we found him, he was still alive. So there is a clear point at which he died, but not a clear point when he was shot. And that's what creates the confusion in this entire thing. Like we assume because that's where we found the body, but the body wasn't even dead. He might have been like bleeding out for a while, which actually would explain why he died by, you know, bleeding out in the first place. Had we found the body earlier, he would have been alive. Order! 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 But that goes against the evidence! What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes? Hey, he's right, look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it adventurous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the honor was reversed on purpose? Reverse prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Right in the middle of the trial when it gets interesting too. Couldn't have put it better myself. We're only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was their ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way. Order! 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 How many times do I have to ask for order in this goddamn courthouse? That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Lord? Yes, a contradiction, her forehead. One I pointed out several times no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamure have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamure's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Not to be confused with his flaming self. It can all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamure heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice. You had one thing to prove, and one thing only. Lamure heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think! How was Lamure able to hear the voice? He was somewhere else. You idiots! You nincompoops who don't check the court record! You think you can bamboozle me, but you can't because I'm Apollo Justice. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Boginian too. Claudia, can you stop being racist for 5 fucking seconds? As I was saying, Lamure could not hear the voice through that window, so there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you, what? Okay, that's an error in editing. You had good sense where, what? You had good sense where background. Oh, okay. No, this is okay. I didn't understand what I was reading. It's a problem. I read while I read out loud and not quietly, and so I confuse some stuff. I'm done. Don't worry about it. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Oh, come on! That's offensive, Clavier. Don't be like that. Now, I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Clavier, I'm going to slap you. Can you stop being mildly racist about this? Shall I interpret for you, Heffohead? Lamior clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lamior heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lamior heard the voice from here. Where is it? Where's the, Wait, where is it? Like, it has to be somewhere... Because it's like, is it is it part on the ground, but I'm not sure where it was on this here. Like, where am... Oh, wait, no, actually, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's the vent. I forgot. I forgot that it's also possible to do this. Right, because it connects back to the backstage. And this was how the trick was done with the stupid Pelangramari thing. Like that was what it was. I was thinking on the route through the floor. Like between the stage and the other one. But no, it was the other one. And then... This is where Lamior heard that voice from. But that's no small window, that's the air vent! Yeah. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamior was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Half-Head. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. What would Lamior be in the ventilation system? Javier, the trick. The magic trick. Remember? Where do you think she was when she fucking teleported, you fucking blonde idiot? Dumbest German around, I swear. Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it Lamior? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? That fellow prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Then, the problem here is words. Lamior, the small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? You fucked up! You fucked up, Clavier! Order! Or we have order. Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you, in fact, saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, that ceiling on the room is in fact the floor, but I was confusing it because I have no sense of spatial awareness. And that's where you had the moment of the crime. Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. He says while sweating profusely. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. God, that looks like an uncomfortable position. I heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? Yeah? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. Well, you said you were in the middle of your performance! So did this happen during the second set? I did not witness a crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, well, you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, Jahe forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation or binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Yeah, it's actually really easy. Balan came here to tell you, idiot! Like, no offense to Balan, but like, yeah, okay. We get it. And I guess the best thing to present for this, because like, is a videotape, like the actual proof that of like her disappearing. Objection! Lamir, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Oh, wench! He's so orange. I feel like he's even more orange here. Like, I know that I said it before, but he feels more orange than he did in the DS. Is it because the image is larger? Or is it that changes in the lighting? But like, he looks so orange. Funny. As we can see, Lamior was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamior is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There is only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Clavier knows. Clavier got it. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He just realized his own oversight. Sucker! Let us look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the forum. Recall Lamior's testimony from yesterday? I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's why I saw it. He went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling! Lamior knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. No. I know if I open event, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that. Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know? Which is why he bound Lamior to secrecy. Well, Lamior? I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. What does this mean? Are you saying you use this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. And this is this. But I'm still a little confused. What's that, Your Honor? What's confusing about this? As I said before. There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds stops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question, actually. The witness explains this to the court. I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. One thing, Your Honor. You need to explain how Lamior was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. I'm the baby in this case, aren't I? Why do I get picked on? It's Lamior who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion at night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Oh no, Apollo, that's like the worst feeling ever. I'm so sorry. Good luck, Apollo! Don't help intercede. I followed the road exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery depends. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. That's just with curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamior is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I'm a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Like, just become the masked magician. Actual real magician who used to do a TV show where he revealed how magicians did their tricks. He got excommunicated from like a magician's guild and shit. Like, everybody hated him. But he was masked, so who fucking cared? Masked magician. Like, that is a real thing. Like, the guy actually like got into a lot of shit with like other professional magicians because his entire deal was like explaining how people do magic acts. The dude was hated by the community. Hold it! 2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, but I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamior disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she said she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answers right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and the testimony? Heck! Evidence explain the discrepancy? Well, I better present evidence. There was one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony. Wait, this was is it the brooch? Right! Because she lost it, but she see... Lamior, do you happen to remember this brooch? Ah, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was fun at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Oh, wench. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. And there she isn't. What? The brooch! It's gone! What? Yes. The brooches appear in a short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lamior we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamior we see after are two different people. Wait. The brush was found on the floor at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamior, tell me, did you drop the brush on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Lamior was replaced. While we're on the subject, Jules, who was this replacement, Lamior? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valan Grammari. You. It was Grammari? The fact that he get those boobs. That's quite the illusion. But I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this, fake Lamior is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gaviners aren't some kind of air guitar band, Frolen. No matter how much I air guitar on court. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamior. Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even while I moved. Wait. Hold it! You were singing. Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I use this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Lamior, this is not so much about the fact that you were singing like that, like in darkness. Here the issue is that you were singing like all scrunched up in like a little like super tiny hallway, and like how do you sing like that? Do you know what that does to your diaphragm? You're supposed to sing from your diaphragm. It's like, you know how it's more difficult to sing like when you're sitting down? Yeah, it's because you like the position is important to actually sing correctly, to have enough air and shit. How the fuck do you do that? What kind of lungs do you have? What kind of weird ass big lungs do you have? Well, that and the diaphragm thing. But like, my brother in Christ. Well, sister in Christ. My sister in Christ, what the fuck? But if you were singing while you were walking, That's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the crime scene. What state? Ah, I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. Speaker? The speaker was blaring on the time of the murder. Ah, that's where Manny's setting the stage from this room. Monitoring. Heat pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied. That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamior singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamior singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. Lamior? I've just remembered something. Do tell! When I heard that noise, the gunshot, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. That mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this, I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. Oh, wench. We have so much wench. Clever, you look so stupid with those glasses. His sunglasses are so stupid. I feel like it makes it more obvious that he's wench. Like everything just makes it more obvious that he's wench because he's that wench. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyrics sheet. At the top of this second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamior's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin. Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turn around so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. Was that, Prosecutor Gavin? Her forehead theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamior's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with us? Well, it's quite simple. Though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof! All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? The myth? The legend? You don't mean? Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case. A suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. Rats? Rats? Where? Where? I love rats. Oh wait, it's just a penis head. And I'm ready to catch him. Daria and Crescent get ready for justice. Justice, man. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. The bailiff will whack his walls. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Yay! We're going to convict Penis Head. His penis looks like a head. I mean, his head looks like a penis. July 10, 1:40 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of Lamier's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent. And that switch at and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. Phoenix, is that you? I knew you had what it took. Yes, it's him. Ah, Daddy. Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Ha! I just thought I'd make a cooler entrance and say hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Lettuce, only shorter and not as well dressed? Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm up for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machito off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after the detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan. Leaving behind the faintly sings scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. That reminds me, I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky Emma. Let's see. This box of snacks was meant for me. Here it is. But my bag of snacks! It could have been my bag of snacks. I wanted them. What are those, Zaddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder! Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the one kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy! Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. That's all from me, I suppose. After the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Are you talking about the prostate? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. You want me to finger him? And he walked out the door just like a magician. Normally. What does he want us to do? I didn't like that implication. No conventional methods. What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. Lucy, I'm gonna need your gloves. No, you're gonna have to do it with your hands. Just hands, no gloves. Well, then I'm not gonna do it. I guess. Almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10, 1:55 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Okay, but like, you know what? It's a good time for me to get my coffee. I'm gonna go get myself my coffee, and then I'll come back and we'll finish this case because it is the last part of the case. So, oh god, and then it's the last case of this game. It's only 4 cases. Alright, I'll come back in a sec. And we'll deal with Shark Penis Head. It's just his head. It's just his hair. I know, but like... I don't care that it was shaped like a torpedo. It looks like a fucking penis. Whatever. I'll come back in a sec. Oh god, do you hear that? I'm back, but also I'm so sorry if you heard that. I just came in, I was getting comfortable on the chair, and for some reason my screen disconnected for a second, and then it reconnected. Like, I think it's an issue that I have because I have technically like 3 screens. Is everything alright here? Okay, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I think it's fine anyway. It doesn't look like there's any issues. Yeah, no, it seems fine. I technically have these 3 screens, and like I have 2 screens, and then I have the screen for my tablet, and I guess that's what's causing the disconnect and connect. Like, sometimes it just really disconnects my tablet, and it acts like, I don't know, maybe I just need to start getting it. Maybe I need to keep it disconnected unless I'm using it. Maybe that's the problem. Oopsie. Well, hopefully that's not an issue. Anyway, we're back. I have my coffee. It's too hot. I've been doing this thing with my coffee. I have like a bag of like instant like cappuccino, and I put that on my, like, I've been putting that and a little bit of sugar, and then I put my actual coffee on it, and it gives it a very specific flavor. It's very good. Just say it. I've been thinking about trying it on a cake. Like a cappuccino chocolate cake, you know what I mean? That sounds fancy. And I think it could be pretty good if, you know, I put a good quantity of it. So I might do that later. Yes. I wonder, I'll make you one if you want. Like, I already use coffee on my cake. If I do chocolate cake, because like coffee is good to enhance the flavor of chocolate if you're doing a chocolate cake, even if it is like, it's good for box cake, because box cake in general is like, you know, not that impressive, but it can also help with like actual like from scratch cake. I usually do it from scratch, but like in any recipe that uses chocolate, a little bit of coffee, either instant coffee if you don't want to use like actual coffee because of the texture of the grains, or instead of like using water, for example, or like milk, you do 50-50, like milk and coffee. Like that can be done. Like both of those are acceptable. So like I do want to try and see how good it does with these, like mixing with the chocolate powder. But yeah, let's go back to the part where we do law stuff. Let's go back to the law. But yeah, I wanna do that later. I wanna try how I wanna try to see how it tastes. Anyway, court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. May I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. For his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Javier, no one gives a shit about your ex-boyfriend. Correct? Oh, I know. Head. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who don't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Governors. Maybe you heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian, and don't call me partner. We broke up like 3 years ago. Ugh, so much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamir's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. I got plenty to say. Mine must be a national pastime in Burguinia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha! Why are you so racist? Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. I'm gonna get his racist ass. You guys are so racist. I guess in that sense, it is like America. Jessica's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if... Then Detective Damn Sky heard those gunshots during the third set anyway. The shooting took place when I was a stage man. But you claim Lamir's testimony was a lie! Hey, don't get me wrong, I did what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the core eating vague statement out of her hand just cause she's blind. You go too far, Darian. I can excuse the racism, but I cannot excuse you treating a blind woman like shit. You can excuse the racism? Look, all I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamir's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Which is good that, you know, Phoenix came around with Emma's, like, stuff. Uh-huh. Yeah, I also heard them, but apparently they were not, you know... They were not gunshots, they were firecrackers. Objection! Some things were found at the scene of... Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. Well, thanks. The first was the small device. Does the remote trigger igniter? Correct. And one more thing. What are those? They're remains of something burnt. Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. You have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Huh? How did Gavin know about this? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received a report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Diane as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't ya? You shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when two witnesses came walking by? Huh. I mean, here's the thing though. You could activate this shit whenever. As long as you have the thing, like, you have the igniter, so... Well, not the igniter, the switch for the igniter, so... That's right, Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Really? Is the fact that he's a gifted detective the reason why he decided to make his hairstyle look like a peepness? Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it. May not look like it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if the headset wasn't in the proper place? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Ugh. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Head. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You raised the possibility that the shots had during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That's right, Gavin. Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove that the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can't be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness, your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You're ready, kid, cause I am. The shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. Well... like, I'm thinking because, like... there's a stammering. Wait, the stammering is that, like, she should have been able to... like, did the gunshots get trapped in the recording? Objection! It seems there was clear proof left behind. Because, like, it should have. Like, gunshots are loud. Namir was passing by there. Which, you know, would mean that she... and she's singing, so she has a microphone on her. Right here in Lamir's song. A song? Well, what exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just built this! And don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamir's voice included. Oh, but what does it prove? According to Lamir's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, ja? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ridiculous. Are you supposed to hear gunshots back in the dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We're all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamir's headset would have picked up what she had all the same. And let's get to analyzing that recording! Right now! Lamir stopped singing when she heard the shots fire. I'll just put and I'll find the gunshots. Okay, I think Lamir's voice is... yeah, Lamir's voice is the first one. So let's take everything out. There it is. Yeah, it's there at the end of the first part. Oh. Oop. Oh, god damn it again. I was too fast. Like, I want to select, like, right where it's there. The thing. Wait, does that count as the second fragment then? Does it count as the first or the second? Because it starts in the first and then continues to the second. I guess it would count as the third because it's right at the beginning. End of the first. Yeah, it's right there, second track. Yeah, right at the end of the first, beginning of the second. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with the Lamiar's vocals. Boop. There it is. I did hear something friendly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Stop pointing your dick at me. I believe a case had to be made. Gunshots were heard during the second set. Which means Lamiar's testimony was true. Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latus. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage in the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? When 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamiar was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Latus's life was taken. I mean, technically he died from blood loss by the time we, like, check on him, but yeah. Well, Detective Crescent. Once again, I am reminded of something. Right then. Our performance that day... Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Heffelhead. What is it with today? Problem after problem, action! My hug went sour, my guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burned to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead! And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar? It was you, Darian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play, you're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latus's 45 caliber hand cannon. It's a revolver, Clavier. It's not that impressive. It is a 45, but it's not that impressive. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscared with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait! You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ah, you're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I am a trained police officer, you know. I had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. Yeah, but how used are you to 45 calibers? Because my understanding is that issue guns for the police in general, in most countries anyway, is a 9. It's a 9mm. Not a 45. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon. Really? 38? You would think... Isn't that still... Well, it's the police. Do they care? Do they care if they kill someone? No, it's the police. Although, I don't know, I thought that the ones here were 9mm. Well, to be fair, it changes depending on the country. I do assume that it would make sense that they issued weapon in one country and not the same in another, for a variety of reasons, but like 38. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Letus, which is that there was a struggle between the killer and victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. A 38. Fucked up. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? What do you have against my rolled up sleeves? They make me look cool. Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue miss due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. God fucking damn it, Judge! I have him right there. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive, man. This was the diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Letus had not been in our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. The United States, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Right, now I need to find a motive. Actually, yeah, here. Objection! I know why, Darian. I know why. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Do not leak it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't leak it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Bulgaria. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Letus. Does it? It does! Wait, I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? No, this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. Curative? For what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Okay, but is it legal to process it into a cure and then sell that cure to another country? Because that would be like a hilariously good export for Virginia. Like, think about it. They would make a lot of money making a cure for an incurable disease. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We'll look into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite a commotion in the global community. Okay, then just do the curative yourself and sell the curative. You don't have to just prohibit... Well, yeah, you can prohibit, like, the cocoon thing, but sell the cure. You know? Like, I don't know. Once it's processed, you're not gonna be able to make the cure into a poison. At least I don't think so. I would need to, you know the chemical process behind it, but it's probably not possible. There's so many solutions to this problem, I swear. And nobody's thinking about them. Well, the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol. Right. The victim, Romain Letus, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Letus wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, making myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say. Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business. Oh boy. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol so hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs, I know the deal. Indeed. Okay, but that doesn't stop you from trying. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send me Letus on the cover. You kids up, you kid things up, the craziest things. But no way I'm going to risk like a life and limb just to get my hands on the cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization will be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Crime. He was up to crime. Huh? Okay, but like, there is someone who would buy them directly from you. Objection! Why not shoot? God damn it. Game, I would like to be able to read the stuff without you immediately moving the thing, if you would. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I would kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell it to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease, a cure for incurities. What a name. In Curatis. I heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning! Aha! Why doesn't it seem the Chief of Justice's son has? You aren't saying. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why it'd be an international scandal? That's Detective Crescent's insurance. Well, yeah, the Chief Justice would be in a lot of trouble then. If word ever got out... God fucking damn it. Thank you. The one with the neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Mostly the murder, to be fair. The smuggling I'm indifferent about, because it's to save the life of a child. So it's fine. But the murder, I don't agree with. I don't think you should have murdered a person. Even an Interpol person. This takes what us is to think about if the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. None let sleeps over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Burgundian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. Good coffee. Like the cappuccino that I'm using for this, going back to that point, is that what would it be? It's chocolate and it's not almond, it's the other one, the Ferrero Rocher ones. Like, you know when you bite into a Ferrero Rocher and there's like the little nut inside, like that one. I just don't remember the name right now. It's not almond. God damn it, I hate nuts. There's too many of them and I don't remember the names. But yeah, it's like flavored. Like it's chocolate and that thing flavored, so it also has that. It adds a really nice aftertaste to the coffee. So you were hazelnut? That's the one, thank you. Thank you. No, hazelnut. Walnut, no, walnut is a different one. Walnut, we have a walnut tree in the back actually. I know what a walnut is. Hazelnut, I always forget hazelnut. But yeah, no, it's chocolate and hazelnut flavor. So like it's chocolate and hazelnut cappuccino. Adding that to the coffee, great aftertaste. Absolutely great. God, I need to make a cake for this shit. It's gonna be so good. Or cupcakes. I could make cupcakes too. But like I have to do something baked with this shit to see how it tastes. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Burgundian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Cocoon possession gets you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. Hey man, is there a way to get cocoons out of there? I'm sure I'd like to know. Actually, there is. One way, technically. Remember? Objection! Actually, there is one way. Oh, god damn it. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamior. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia. That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane, changes in air pressures and humidity ruined the wood, so we vacuum packed it in Lamier's studio. I use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Yeah. Very, very efficient, if anything. Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, the guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wedges inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if the igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use Peaky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone... God fucking damn it, game. And someone with access like a member of the band. Yark! Stop pointing your penis head to me. Order! 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 So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. Precaution. Heffohead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro the Gentle Sons of Lamier's Ballad. God fucking damn it. I hate that. I hate that it does that. If you please, thank you. I hate that the text moves by itself and it doesn't give me time to read. Like, that's okay in cutscenes. This is not a cutscene. This is gameplay game. Well, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. And wrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. Who was that? Mr. Lettuce. Mr. Lettuce, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Lettuce tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then... Mr. Lettuce died. With Lamier's there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent? I gotta know you make all that up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see what make-up story. Let's see you make up a story for that kid. How they hide a cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. that you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice slamming your hair proves it. It's over. Press the switch now. You made this transmission from backstage. Well, your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it. The coup de grace. Coup de grace. Grass. Grass? Grass. It sounds so weird because it shouldn't sound like grass. I hate French. And for once, I know what I'm doing. Apollo, don't say that about yourself. You know what you're doing most of the time. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. What do you think I am, Spider-Man? Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Dude, that's an easy one. Take that! There is only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machito Valle. But Mr. Justice, he's your client! A defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I am. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Letus, and I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamior? It couldn't have been... Well, yeah, you sure seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamior was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamior could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made the transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamior standing were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. Horrifying, I know. Very tall. I hate it. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamior's position in the air vent. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Don't screw with me, my dude. Too bad so that, punk. Punk? Is it the hair? First you wear sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly are we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't what we see, right, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We're musicians after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that niter. Is that right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press the switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another list and pay attention to the piano. Piano? Orange. He's so orange. God, Claudia, they made you so orange. I never it never stops being amusing to me. What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounds are just fine. And that's the problem, man, and you still don't get it. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. Lamiar. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Ick. Ick. The piano plays non-stop. Okay, but like, you know that you can play piano with a single hand. Like, if the part of the piece that he's playing is not that complicated, you could very well do it with, like, you know, press the switch, go back to playing. And otherwise, we did found the switch inside of the piano, which means that he can just, you know, leave it in a place where the thing is inside of the piano will hit the switch as he plays the thing. You know? Like, it's a percussion instrument. I know that there's the argument of like, is a piano a percussion or a string instrument? And I am of the defense, like, it's both, technically it's both, but I am on the side of it being percussion primarily. Nobody's gonna take that away from me. The piano is a percussion instrument. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. Odd. Mr. Justice, if Machitobaya didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that, Lang? Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. No, it's not full of holes. It's full of one singular hole that I can prove it's... fillable. Probably. Probably. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machitobaya the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Mach is not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that! It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something sort about the performance there. There's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machitobaya pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machitobaya pressed that switch? Again, I can prove it, yes. I don't know if you can call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as a prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. A forehead? You sure about this? Except he doesn't know evidence, man. Shut up, Darian. Literally no one asked you, Darian. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch? I think we need the mixing board again. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flame. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Also, Darian, you can't play the piano with a single hand. Yes, you're gonna play less complex melodies, but you definitely can. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Oh, Daddy. He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. It was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, it seems we come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice had to say for himself. Shows the part that proves that the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught on fire. And one section of the song proves it. Okay. Let's, not you, not you, not you, not you. Yeah. I think it's the first segment. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you realize right now just what it was that sounded odd to you. I'm sure you realize it yourself, half forehead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting memory" phrase. Yeah, he's there. Man, how many times do I have to listen to the same thing? You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to all that night in your embrace. Ah, but play verse 2 again. Well, I'm just gonna replay this like a million times, huh? I don't remember why people didn't like this case that much. They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. Ah. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses have different arrangement happen all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. That wasn't the point. I had him playing specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Order! 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 You people need to calm down. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I can't believe it! I finally did it! I shut him up! Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now say the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. Yeah, the fact that his hair looked like a penis is more obvious then. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts! Anyone can see what him! Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But... 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, is not proof. Judge? This is bullshit. That's the rule under our current legal system, which fucking sucks. I don't believe it! It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? What? It's really staring at us right in the face. Why can't they see? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, I hate to break this to you, but all legal systems protect criminals, as long as those criminals have enough money and power to get away with the crime. Poor people get fucked. Okay, the legal system is made to fuck with poor people and made to protect the rich. That's just how it is, Apollo. It has always been like this. It will never stop being like this until the communist revolution happens or something. Viva la revolución. Apollo, remember what Daddy said. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current core system.
So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off.
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. Do you think he actually meant the prostate?
No. I think he just meant a weak spot, no?
The kind of thing that a single spark would turn into a wildfire of emotion.
I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this dead-weight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound.
Isn't that the case with violins too?
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice, if you blow this one. He'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo.
What? Unless the igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better, I'm rather fond of poetry.
And I intend to hear this one through to the very end.
Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darien Crescent, of two crimes. The murder of Mr. Letus and the smuggling of a Burgundian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, it's the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yeah, sure. No pressure. It's just the entire case goes to shit if I fail.
Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darien Crescent. Hey, this is really my last chance. Key that will take apart Darien Crescent's plan is calling a witness. We don't have the evidence, clearly. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean, a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt? Who else? The one person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt is the defendant Machito Valle. You're crying again? Machito Valle was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darien Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. I mean, yeah, that is true. How so? Judge! Judge, for the love of God! It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Letus was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burned cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burner guitar. Aha! Very scientific of you. Thus, if Machito Valle acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Virginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darien's laughing again?
Your unrelating passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little kitty clerk won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Burgundian law. Ah! Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? Oh. Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon. Yeah, but if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Virginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobaye. The cocoon is smuggling your entire plan. Machi Tobaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime, the crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't fix your goddamn penis hair. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made of cookies or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please. Oh, goddamn. Nah, yeah, he's done screaming. Yeah, please don't talk. You're fucked, Darian. You and your penis hair. I don't care that it's supposed to look like a shark. It looks like a penis. Darian, I consider that my last session with you, we rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. He's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew from the beginning. I knew. Machi? Situation I cannot explain, but money needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Judge, you could just change the current system into something that is fairer and less bullshit. Not that I think your system works in the first place, but what do I know? Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobaye. Yes? I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Letus, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Thank you. Ah, I forgot that he was pretty, except for the fact that he's a blonde, but, you know, European femboys, of course he's blonde. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. The score finds the defendant, Machi Tobias.
Yay!
Score is adjudged. And then we saved an European femboy. July 10, 4:42 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. I wonder what happened to Machi. Well, he did smuggle like a coon out of Boginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Hi, Phoenix. Daddy! Oh, you got my thanks. Lamiar? Is something wrong? I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil, I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. At least they're just gonna give him like a couple of years and he's gonna be in juvie, right? He'll probably come out by the time he's 18. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamir lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident. As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I fear that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth, with your eyes popping out, and everything. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take a painting. Painting? That's right, she's the landscape painter in sound after all. I'll paint the two of you, I promise. Whoa! I can't wait, Lemire. You my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but, for what? You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Tracy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too! And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more that thing to look at now. Apollo, what does that mean? But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Trucy, don't interrupt my thoughts. I'm monologuing in my mind, Trucy, and you ruined it. And now the last episode of this game. Oh hey, hi Mason System. Oh look, it's the first case. No, not that girly. I remember liking that girl. Oh no, it's you again. Yeah, hi. Hi, Christoph. Bitch. October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo, look! On TV, look! Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Whoa, look at that! It's the last Gramaria, right? Amazing! Apollo! You should be watching this! Ow, what? I was writing about our last case in my journal! Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago! Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know? I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lamior disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valan did that illusion too. You're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gamari is performing for the first time in 7 years. Whoa, Valant, you looked almost the same when you were young. That's going to be great, I'm so there! You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gamaris. If Shusi's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. Wait, Apollo, how do you know he's dead? We never talked about that. Like, the implication has been that he disappeared since the beginning. I got the tickets and everything. He's yours, Apollo. Thanks, I guess. You're here, working hard or hardly working? Hey, how you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Tracy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Oh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I have to pace myself. Well, I'm bit. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You got to take it easy with the secrets, you know? Alright, you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? That's a no. Maybe this time. It has something to do with you, anyway. With me? Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. Yes? You heard of the jury system. Yes? The jury system. That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. What do you mean new? Other countries use jurists all the time. Well, technically jurist means like the problem here is the wording, because juries means people who actually know about the law. It's not like a judgment of commons, which is like what a trial by jurors. I think that's how it's said in English. Goes, because the idea is that you have like normal people making the judgment. Juries would imply that they're people who actually are experts in the law in question. So I'm guessing it's a translation thing. Like, I'm guessing the issue here is translation related, because it's closer to what they mean in Japanese than what it would mean in English. But technically, a trial by by a juror, by a group of jurors like that, which again, I think that's how it says in English. There's supposed to be people who are not similar to you, so they don't come with any preconceived stuff, and otherwise they can be experts on whatever. Like, they don't have to be experts. In fact, I think sometimes they kick you out if you are an expert, depending on the case. Although that I know is done in the United States, and usually to screw people who might, you know, if they're an expert, they might be, well, yeah, clearly the problem is this and that. This person is clearly innocent. Like, it's to make it easier to convict a person, if anything. But yeah, juries would mean people who know about the law in this case. Like, they would be law experts. So, not technically what Phoenix is talking about. Also, what do you mean, new? This kind of thing has been done for decades. In other countries. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. Phoenix, all of your friends are law experts. Of course they're talking about it. The jury system, huh? So, Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? Oh yeah, trial by jury. That's the word. That's how it said in English. I was trying to translate it from Spanish. I heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy is innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. Apollo! You studied law! How do they not teach you how a trial by jury works? On law school, for learning about law. There's so many issues with this right now. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jury system, even though that makes no sense. Now we're doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The juries cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the course a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and Mascot Apollo. The perfect team. Mascot, hey! So, what's this secret mission? The system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk, and nothing gets decided. It's like lefties in Feisteen. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad. Am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. Well, take a case as a sample and choose 6 juries. I'll be the one helping with the process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the jury system simulated court committee. The chair concerns the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jury's candidates, even the judge and the courtroom. And let me guess, you're gonna choose all things that are useful to you personally. Wow, it's like you have a real job! I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it's the first round through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking, no sense in wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case of the murder. That's not simple at all! By simple, do you mean that the defendant is... guilty, yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo! It's just a test case anyway, no sweat! Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potential serious sentence. The most serious in a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial! Why do you do this to me, man? Why do you do this to me? All the forms have been filled. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 AM. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Huh? Something that happened last night. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The True Grammary Grand Magic Show. Oh, right. The card tricks. They're not card tricks! They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth. So what? There's 3 whole days from now. It's a Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valant. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Grammary. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that still had the Grammary seal? Consider it a better present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today's in my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastic present. Yippee! So it's plastic! I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. Apollo, you'll understand when you have a child. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Do not open it until the time is right. An envelope about the Grammaries, huh? Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do! I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course it is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good! That's better! But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. Did you just say I couldn't talk to anyone involved? You can tell your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. Well, see you later, alligator. October 7, detention center, visitors room. Actually, that's my dad's birthday. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client would show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, wait there," and they're standing right behind you. Guard! Is the client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? No. Eek! Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Well, anyway, please have a seat. This is so quick. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. She passed out! Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Well, Apollo is an Ace Attorney game. That is exactly how it works. So, what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo. Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened? I'm your defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day these tourists from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure? Feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Yeah, seeing the lines on the floor, I would say this is the scene of the crime. October 7, Drew Studio. Whoa, this looks like... It looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around, With the tape up on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Beeps. Wow, that's nice. Huh. Apollo, look at this one. Looks like a finish. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. Well, that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Other paintings have a really different style too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Oh, hi, Emma. Emma, long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you too far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow?
I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright shows you, huh?
We don't even know what the case is about.
Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest.
Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center.
It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder.
You don't say.
Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know?
Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman.
Poisoning! Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackus.
We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else...
Eek! Apollo! That's where the body was!
That's the spot where Mr. Drew Mission passed away. He put the coffee mugs to his lips, and the next moment... there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died.
Wow! A true artist to the end!
Maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. I mean, that's more relatable as an artist.
That's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee.
I would hope so.
Poison coffee.
Not exactly, actually. What do you mean?
The traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all.
God damn it, that's not what I...
That letterbox looks funny sitting out inside a room like this.
Let's take a look. Empty.
The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Mission would put his letters in there, and the postman would take them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Hey, there's a painting hidden back there.
Hey, you're right.
What if it's embarrassing somehow, and he didn't want anyone to see it?
You certainly seem pleased with the possibility.
It's so normal.
That's hardly something to get mad about.
What is it, Apollo?
Well, doesn't this painting look... Never mind. I'd better get a professional opinion on this.
I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests?
Did the police already analyze this cup too?
No, no trace of poison was found on that cup.
So the killer was after your mission alone.
Okay, but like, if someone drank from that, there should be like fingerprints on the cup from grabbing it. There should be like DNA left from the saliva that was left. Like, have you not analyzed this thing correctly, my dude? I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word?
These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these are.
Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one?
It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below.
That was so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts.
I noticed. That is weird.
Let's take a closer look at this text here. So this is Drew Mission. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family.
Until you arrested his daughter.
Ah! Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking.
Uh-huh, right. Is this a journal?
Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he?
It's new. He didn't write a single line.
Ah, you had me going there for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thing?
Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen?
But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping the traitors off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto.
Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? This envelope has been opened and resealed.
Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh?
Whoever did this wasn't so delicate.
You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postcard on this letter is from 7 years ago.
Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I better hang on to this. Something about the way that figure is posed.
I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures.
Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence.
Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about the shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really.
He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment is a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this?
From the dust, I'd say he wasn't used this stuff for years.
This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio.
Oh, do you think I could borrow these? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin.
This is a crime scene, Trucy.
But these cost like $50 at the magic shop. Is that desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table.
Drafting?
Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought.
Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? I mean, there's a variety of reasons why you would want something like that. Like, as a professional. Let's see, anything else that I haven't... Doesn't seem like it.
So, this Drew Mission was some kind of artist.
Apparently, did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth.
Ah, well, I guess his stuff is it's kinda pretty. Like that oil painter over there, for instance.
Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Ah, so it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means?
He was an odd bird, Misham.
Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end.
What do you mean, to anyone?
He was always locked up here in his studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters?
What do you mean, Apollo?
I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Most people use email and stuff these days. No, Mr. Mission couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail.
Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know?
In any case, the only person beside him allowed in here was his daughter Vera.
You mean the killer?
The suspect, please.
He took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened to the night of the murder? So, this woman, Vera. She's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yeah, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave. She was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kick her on that? Oh, look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see you for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just happens that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 PM every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died. He poisoned him on the night of his interview. Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Mission when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment on the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yeah, the reporter never got near Mr. Mission's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Well, that's a problem for me. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do? Scientifically. Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? I suppose, just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Well, the coffee is suspicious. So Emma, about this coffee mug. I hope you aren't trying to grill me for information, you know I'm not talking. I suppose you are the detective here. Why don't you two take a look yourselves? If you find a clue, I might not be unwilling to lend a hand. I think she's going to help us, Apollo. Let's check out this mug, shall we? This here. Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Huh? Ah, that. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's leftover from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby! So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what, it turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was in this mug? That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing.
It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere.
It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis.
I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy.
I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited.
Best tread lightly. He's one of the most virulent poisons, but he's absorbing to the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I wanna try too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a swirl, Apollo! What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this a reaction? How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand.
Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? Okay. Oh, hey. No. Nothing on this side, apparently. Wait. Yeah, nothing on this side. Really? Nothing? I don't remember what it was that was... Like, I don't remember much of the beginning of this case. Is it on the other side then? Wait, what could it be? I don't remember what it was, but it has to be something in this room, clearly. I don't think it's on this side. I think it was the envelope. Like, I remember it might have been here, but like... It's not working on this, like this. I think it was here, like I think it was here, but like... And I remember the red envelope was important, but... Nothing? Is it nothing? Am I insane? Is there nothing here? Oh, that was the options. Am I insane? Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? You spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? I sprayed on that desk so fucking much. Let's check it out, just to be sure. Ah, great, I had to do it, like, up close. I see how it is. There. Oh. There. Well, well, well. A reaction, Apollo! Ah, where? The inside of that cute little frame! Look! Well, will you look at that? Nice going, Trissy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned, in any case. And... ooh, we're over time. Okay, let's... save first. We're saving, and we're continuing our investigation on Monday. So that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. We're almost done with Apologize to Eighth Attorney, the first one in the trilogy. Oh god, it's the first one in the trilogy. I still have 2 more fucking games to go through. This is a good one, but I worry about the next ones, that's all. So anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I'll see what we'll do tomorrow. I don't know. And I'll talk about it more tomorrow, but I'm gonna have to be taking Tuesday off because of my audit-related issues that I have been mentioning, like vaguely, but like I'll actually explain probably tomorrow about it. Like, but I'm gonna have to take Tuesday off because it's the day that the thing happens. So I'll see what I do about like trying to make up for that. But I think that's everything. So yeah. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good weekend. Like it's the weekend. Have a good Saturday. And I'll see you tomorrow for something else. We'll see what. And hear me complain about things that I have to do on Tuesday, I guess. You can also like enjoy that, I suppose. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye everyone!